Yes, Madam Mayor.
We're going to call the Board of Supervisors meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Bagwell,
Here.
Supervisor Giomi, Supervisor White.
Supervisor Giomi is on the WebEx. Please mark him present.
Oh, thank you. Supervisor Jones, Supervisor Schutte. A quorum's present.
Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item 3, which is our invocation. I'm happy to have Brady Roser from the Bridge. I think it's his first time. If you want to come up and lead us in prayer, that would be wonderful.
Oh, God, we thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to be here to give guidance to our city, to our community, Father. God, I pray that you help our leaders and in our community to be able to guide us in the way that is best fit, safest, and growth-wise for our community, Father. God, we thank you for this place, this opportunity. I pray blessing over our community as well. God, we love you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Would you please start us in the pledge? Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We'll put you on the list again. If you do well, you get invited back. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 5 for public comment. Is there anyone on the telephone?
There are no callers on the line at this time.
Okay, Miss Hicks, you have a public comment, please?
Yes, thank you. For the record, Stephanie Hicks, Deputy City Manager. I just wanted to advise the board that today, October 21st, the state will be holding their annual statewide earthquake drill. It's the 2021 Great Nevada Shakeout. The city manager's office has encouraged city departments and divisions to participate in the drill at 10:21 a.m. However, we won't be participating in the board meeting today. But what we wanted to do was just use this as an opportunity to remind the public and our staff of what you are supposed to do in an earthquake. And so during an earthquake, you're supposed to perform the drop, cover, and hold on. Our recently completed hazard mitigation plan ranked earthquakes as one of our highest hazards. In fact, it only tied with wildfire as the highest. So, we know that this is earthquake country. We had one not all that long ago. And so we just wanted to remind everybody that you only have seconds to protect yourself when an earthquake occurs. And so being prepared will help you be ready to react. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have Ms. Trzynski who would like to do public comment. Joy?
Good morning. Good morning, Carson City Board of Supervisors. My name is Joy Trzynski. We have a birthright given to us by God, and that birthright is based on liberty. Our founding fathers expressed this truth in our Declaration of Independence, stating that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving from the consent of the governed. The United States Constitution outlines the powers given to the federal government and state governments and gives the supreme power to the people. The U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Unfortunately, there is a general misconception that any law passed by Congress or state legislatures constitutes the law of the land. This is not true. The truth is that any law passed by Congress or a state legislature that violates the United States Constitution is not valid. The Supreme Court in 1803 upheld this truth in Marbury versus Madison by stating, all laws which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. This also includes governors and presidential mandates. This past year, mostly the Democrat-controlled state governments violated our constitutional our constitutional rights with unnecessary year-long lockdowns and mask mandates due to the COVID-19 virus, which is similar to the flu. What was so diabolical about this is that very early on, doctors like Simone Gold and 16 others came out with cures to the COVID-19 virus, cures like hydroxychloroquine with zinc and ivermectin. But they were silenced. These drugs were banned and people died. Also, Dr. Gold and others said masks do not protect you from the COVID-19 virus and weakens the immune system. And experimental, untested vaccines were dangerous. They were maligned, but these doctors were speaking the truth. Look up the information about COVID-19 the COVID-19 virus, mask mandates, vaccines, and your constitutional rights at AmericanFrontlineDoctors.org. I say to this government body today, take a stand against the governor's unlawful mask and vaccine mandates. Do the right thing and stand for liberty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Straczynski. We have Kathleen Franco Simons. Good morning.
Good morning. Can I take this off for better clarity? Thank you. I do appreciate the mask restrictions, but I can't be heard with a mask on because I'm a quiet speaker. I brought my history books. I came at the last Board of Supervisors meeting, and I spoke regarding my family. I have 3 generations who are buried at Empire Cemetery, and I spoke with concern that our burial rights are we've somewhat lost them in the sense that there's a little bit of poor record keeping by the city on who's buried where, and due to vandalism at the cemetery, there are it's hard to determine exactly where the burial sites are in some cases. Supervisor White reached out to me, and I'm very, very appreciative to that. And he gave me some places to get started to research what's happening with Empire Cemetery and specifically with our family burial plots. After a minor series of phone calls, it wasn't that bad, I was able to speak with I believe the Parks Operations Superintendent, Dave Navarro, an extremely nice and helpful man. And he did apologize profusely for the records, but they were spotty long before he took office, I'm sure. And I understand it's not his fault. But he is willing to help continue to straighten out those records. So I'm very thankful for the city for being available to do that, even though it's still going to take some time to get it sorted out. In my minute left, I'd like to give you a quick minute, a blast from the past of history. In case you missed it, last year was the centennial year of women's suffrage in the United States, 100 years since women got the right to vote. In Nevada, women got the right to vote in 1914, and the leader that helped to bring that about was Anne Henrietta Martin, covered in this periodical last year, and I really enjoyed it. Anne Martin was born in Empire City, where my grandfather was also born, where my great-grandfather lived his life with his family. My great-grandfather, Frank Howard, who's buried in Empire Cemetery, was a contemporary of Anne Martin. She was born 1871, I believe. I might be getting the dates a little bit wrong. My grandfather was born in 1875.
Thank you so much.
That's the significance of Empire City and Empire Cemetery. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Appreciate that. I don't have anyone else listed. Is there any further public comment? Please state your name for the record.
How you doing? My name is Travis Rebusel. Mayor Bagwell, it's a pleasure to meet you finally after all our emails back and forth. The reason I'm here today is because I'm trying to bring attention to the reappointment of Michael Golden to the airport board. I tried to start a business at the airport this year and was met by two board members, one who is currently with ethics charges with the state pending, and Michael Golden and Paul Hamilton currently with civil charges, and soon an airport lawsuit will be pending. They both blocked my business from being started at the airport using illegal means, collusion between airport board members. Since then, I've been advised by Michael Golden to illegally operate out of the airport by just flying off to provide flight instruction just a mile away from the airport, illegally. This is what's going on at your airport. I tried to speak with Ms. Bagwell here in the past. You guys appoint people to statutory limit terms. Do not reappoint Michael Golden. A lawsuit is coming right now. My lawyers are writing up the documents. The airport is on the hook for it. And that's what's going on. I believe I met you in the past at a previous board meeting, Mr. Jones. So you're very familiar with what happened there. And that's what's going on with the airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. I appreciate that. Do you have any further public comment? Mr. Shirk?
Jim Shirk. At the closing of the board meeting on September 16th, Mayor, you spoke for 3 minutes and 24 seconds. I know this because I timed you. Mayor, you holding the public to the 3-minute rule for public comment, but you will not comply with your own ruling. This is a double standard. Mayor, in your 3 minutes and 24 seconds, you stated that the individual, even this morning, while he thinks we have no public comment, he manages to be here every meeting making public comment. So I just want to put that on the record that it just isn't so. Mayor, let me put this on the record. Your statement is an outright lie. I will clarify. I was the only male that addressed the board that meeting that morning. So the he you're referencing, Mayor, can only be me. I never stated there's no public comment. My statement had been the public has a right to comment on agenda items after they have been presented. Additionally, I have not attended every meeting, as you stated. This is another outlandish lie. Mayor, you said regarding public comment on agenda items, I might be willing to consider that at a point. I have chosen not to do so. For this reason, we are under a COVID restriction. Whether we agree with it or not, it does not matter. That statement reminds me of a Bill Clinton statement. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Both statements are political BS. Mayor, your mandate of restricting public comment on agenda items due to the COVID is nothing more than a scheme to silence citizens. Mayor, you also stated, my objective was to get the public in and out as fast as possible. The so-called Bagwell objective is not applied to any other meetings you are in attendance at, such as the Chamber of Commerce, Adam Hub's, ribbon cuttings, and various other meetings you attend. Your theme of in and out as fast as possible is totally disregarded. This is definitely another double standard. We're living in a time where politicians are using the COVID to their advantage, and this is most certainly the case with the mayor. When the slaughterhouse agenda item comes to the board on November 18th, citizens will be allowed to speak at public comment for only 3 minutes, and the mayor will be timing you. There will be no speaking limits placed on the owners of the slaughterhouse. Citizens will not be allowed to say anything after the owner's presentation. This format totally favors the owners, not the citizens, and this is not the American way. Jim Shirk, thank you for your time.
Is there any further public comment? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment, but note for the record that agenda item 14A is going to be moved on the agenda. We will discuss that one right after closed session. So just before item 28, we will move item 14 right after closed session. And then we are going to pull item number 15. We will not hear that today. We will move that to the next agenda as further updates are necessary to that agenda item. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 6, which is the approval of the September 16th minutes. Is there any corrections that anyone has? No? I'll accept a motion, please.
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
I second.
A motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record reflect that Supervisor Giomi voted aye. We'll now move on to our consent agenda. Is there any item that any member would like pulled for discussion? No? If not, I'll accept a motion, please.
I move to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect that Supervisor Giomi voted aye. All right, we are now going to move on. Number 14, as I indicated, we're moving. Number 15 was pulled. So we are on to agenda item number 16 with Public Works, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution for the dedication of right-of-way. Mr. Nellis, is there anything, anybody have any questions for Mr. Nellis? You might get off the hook. Nobody's got a question? Okay, if not, I'll accept a motion, please. This one's pretty straightforward. We're going too fast. Everybody's got to get their resolution papers. This one's R29.
I move to adopt resolution number 2021-R-29.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Giomi. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record reflect that was a unanimous vote. Thank you, Mr. Nellis. Okay. We are, let me ask, is the people for the airport authority, are they here?
There's only one person here, so we might have to.
Well, let's
delay
go
that
with,
item.
we'll give them a few minutes. So I'm going to go to item 17B. We had told the applicants that it'd be about 9 a.m. for their interviews, so we'll give them a few minutes to be able to come for that. So we'll move on to item 17B. Let me clear all this, which is discussion and possible action regarding the selection of an applicant to fill Senator Kekeffer's seat. Ms. Paulson, did you want to take us through this, please?
Sure, good morning. This item is to present a proposed application process to fill the vacant Nevada State Senate seat for District 16 due to the recent resignation of Senator Kekeffer. Because District 16 is made up of both Carson City and portions of Washoe County, state law requires that both the Carson City Board and the Washoe County Board to first meet separately to determine a single candidate to nominate to fill the vacancy. And then after that, both boards would meet jointly to appoint a person to the position. So also, according to NRS, each board must establish a process by which interested persons may file an application. And just to make sure that we were consistent between the two counties, we wanted to have the same process. We had met with previously with Washoe County staff to develop the proposed process that I'm going to go over right now. So on Tuesday, October 19th, the Washoe County Board of Commissioners outlined the proposed process at their meeting, and that mirrors what I'll present today. So at this meeting, our board will adopt an application process. Staff is proposing that beginning tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., October 22nd, applications may be submitted via email, and all those are going to go to Washoe County. The email address is sd16applications@washoecounty.gov. Or you can also deliver in person to the Washoe County Administrative Complex to the City Manager's office, which is on the second floor on 9th Street in Reno. So the application packet should consist of a letter of interest, a resume, or a statement of qualifications, the actual application, and the declaration of eligibility, which is a NRS requirement. On October 28th, by 12 p.m., that is the application deadline. And then at the next board meeting on November 4th, our Board of Supervisors will interview applicants and select a single candidate for nomination. After that, on November 9th, the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners will interview applicants and they'll select a single candidate for nomination. And then on November 10th, we will have a joint meeting of both boards to appoint the candidate to fill the vacancy. For the joint meeting, we're proposing that each board will meet at their respective locations and we'll hold the meeting via Zoom or WebEx or whatever format. And then the chair of each board on behalf of that board will cast a proportionate number of votes according to the percent which the population of that board's county is of the population of the entire district. So in this case, Washoe County has approximately 60% of the population and Carson City has 40%. And the person that receives the most votes will then be appointed to fill the vacancy.
Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Jones?
So all the applications go to Washoe County, none come here,
That's correct. We wanted one central location.
okay? So you said it's 60-40. So how many votes does Carson City get? 4?
So Washoe County would get 6 votes and Carson City gets 4.
1 man, 1 vote, or how does this work?
Majority. So whatever the majority of this board votes, I will cast 4 votes for that individual during the joint meeting.
Joint meeting. This be a special meeting to interview applicants?
No. We're doing it on our board meeting of November 4th. That's really the objective when we were putting all of this together, was to keep everything on our regular meeting dates as we could. Obviously, the one we cannot is the joint meeting on November 10th. Both boards will be having a special noticing. Any further questions?
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Giomi.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
I can?
Thank you. Nancy, on the summary, it says an application and declaration of eligibility. My question is, and I didn't see it anywhere in here, where is that going to be for people? I mean, I assume we're going to put something on our website, and I assume that Washoe County probably already has something on their website.
Yes, well, after the meeting today, we will do a press release and they will be able to locate all that information on our website. In addition, Washoe County has posted that. They've already done a press release and posted it on their website.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, then I'll accept a motion for approval of the process outlined in attachment 1.
I move to approve the process as presented and outlined.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the process as outlined in the attachment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody from the airport yet? Okay, well, we're going to keep on going, and when the airport individuals arrive, we'll go back and try and pick that up. We're going to move on to agenda item 18A, which is discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of the intent to issue general obligation bonds for capital improvement tax. Ms. Russell? As a reminder, this one requires a 2/3 vote.
Morning. I turned it off. Good morning. So we went over this at the last meeting. This is, we're looking at trying to issue 2 bonds. Did you want me just to stick with each bond, or can I present them together?
We'll go ahead and open up agenda item 18A and 18B, and we'll take separate motions on them.
Perfect, thank you. So we're looking at order of issuing 2 bonds. One would be for $7 million for the Quill Treatment Plant, and then one would be for $8.1 million for the Emergency Operation Facility, Fire Station, and Backup Dispatch Center. If we get federal earmarks, those amounts will go down. We should know about those federal earmarks around November, December timeframe. So far, it's all positive news, but you never know until the bill is signed. So we're holding off on that. Last time we were here, we asked if we could go to the Debt Management Commission. We did. We got a unanimous vote, so they have allowed us to move forward. The Debt Management Commission looks at affordability. Can the city afford this debt? And so they agreed that we could, and they're allowing us to move forward. So this is the intent to issue, and this would start the 90-day clock, the petition period. So we would be back, I believe, in January with a resolution and an ordinance, which would then actually allow us to issue the bonds. I have
And the ordinance
Ryan-
would take 2 readings, correct?
It would take 2
I just want to
readings,
look
yes.
at the timelines because I'm concerned we won't have the answer yet on the federal earmarks. Well, they're telling us November, December. I don't trust that. And so I just want to make sure that I'm not issuing debt when in comes revenue sources to accommodate those projects. So
Yeah, I believe the first and second readings wouldn't be till the end of January,
In
February
February?
timeframe. And I do have John Peterson should be on the WebEx. If you have any questions, he's our advisor from JNA. And then this is Ryan Henry from Sherman Howard. He's our bond counsel who's also here if you have any questions.
Is there an amount of time? So let's say we're ready to do the first ordinance at the end of January and we don't have the answer yet. Can we delay the first ordinance?
We
Right? So
can-
the 90, it's just a minimum of 90 days.
Yes.
Great. That's good. I feel more comfortable now knowing that we could delay for issuance until we have the answer.
Yeah, so we're also, in addition to these 2 bonds, we're looking at doing a refunding. And that we don't have to go through the 90-day petition period. So we'll see that'll be a resolution that'll come up in January, February timeframe. But that refunding cannot be done until February at the earliest. So that's why we're looking at issuing in February and trying to meet this time and do it once, one big transaction. It cuts down on our costs for advisors and consultants. Sorry.
Yeah.
But it makes it just more efficient process.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for meeting with me and, explaining really the intricacies of all of this. I would ask, can you explain for anyone watching really the language of what a bond is? Because I think sometimes that term is confusing. And so if you could just share a little bit about what a bond is and what also the now I'm drawing a blank on the other one, paying it off early is.
So a bond is just debt. It's like
Just
your
debt.
mortgage on your house. We want to fund things that are large projects as debt. It makes sense right now because it's very cheap. We can usually get an interest rate right now of around 2 to 3%. So it does make sense to bond for these larger projects rather than waiting and accumulating funds in order to do the project. A lot of times when you try to do that, accumulate funds, the public gets mad. Why aren't you spending that money? Why are you holding it? Well, we're trying to do these projects. And so it does make sense for a government occasionally to issue debt to pay down the bonds. I did mention refunding.
Right, refunding.
And that's just like when you want to refinance your loan. We want to get in a lower interest rate. So we're looking at refinancing previous debt issued, and that's what a government calls a refunding.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. So thank you, because I think sometimes, the fact is yeah, we're looking for a loan to really do some great things. And I know when I purchased my house, I took out a loan. If you purchase a car, you take out a loan. And so it's something that even individuals do in order to, whether it's, to build or to have a project. So I just appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, and just like an individual, there's lots of steps you have to go through. There's lots of scrutiny. There's underwriters. There's people looking at this debt to make sure we can afford it. And that's, why we have counsel and attorneys and a consultant to make sure we can go through this, navigate this process correctly.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, so I will accept a motion on 18A. Supervisor White?
I move to adopt resolution number 2021-R-30.
Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Please let the record reflect that was a unanimous vote.
Thank
I
you.
will now accept a motion on 18B.
I move to adopt resolution number 2021-R-31.
I second.
I have a motion and a second for the adoption of resolution number 2021-R-31. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Let the motion reflect that was a unanimous vote. So you have your required 2/3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see two, I think, from the airport authority for interviews. All of them are here, so we can get started?
All of them, but I think we could probably get started. And
Okay.
there's a couple that are here.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go back to agenda item number 17A, which is for discussion and possible action regarding the appointment of 3 members to the airport authority to fill the manufacturer, fixed base operator, and citizen at large positions, each for a term ending October 2025. So right now, there are the vacancies, the manufacturer position, fixed base operator, and the citizen at large. John Rogers is here. We typically, on reappointments, we do not have to interview them. And he is the only one, I believe, from the manufacturer grouping. So would your pleasure be to interview him, Mr. Jones, or just do the appointment?
Well, I'd just like to comment before we start
Sure.
the process.
Go ahead.
I've been on the airport board now for 9 months. Initially, there was a lot of conflict and in-house bickering, so to speak. And during that same period, our airport manager resigned, and subsequently another member resigned. We have a new airport manager now who we're very happy with, and we think is going to do a great job for a long time. I think the board has come together now, and they're a very cohesive group. There's a lot of things in the wind, a lot of things we're trying to get done, new instrument landing system. We're working to get a new terminal down the road. Mike Golden's working with our congressional leaders. So I see a very positive group working together now, and I'm very happy with it, and I'm proud to be a part of it. And I would suggest that we reappoint the 2 existing members.
Okay. Let me ask, is Mr. Stewart here? Yes, Mr. Stewart?
Yes,
Oh,
he's
he's
outside.
outside?
Do you want me to go?
Yeah, why don't we bring him in? I just need to do a little bit of clarification. And based on some answers from him, we may be able to take that action. Yes. Hi, Brian. Hi, Brian. Thank you so much for applying. So I just have just a couple of general questions to make sure that we are classifying you in the proper category that we're going to be interviewing for today. So we noticed on your application that you indicated you were a fixed base operator. You were doing under that. Can you explain your activity that qualifies you as a fixed base operator?
Yeah, I own and operate a Class 2 FBO at Carson Airport. It does maintenance on general aviation aircraft, does aircraft rental, flight training. And so we qualify, obviously had to
Can you
qualify.
speak into the microphone, please?
Sorry. Yeah. High Sierra Pilots and Stu Zero, the two businesses that I own there. We're a Class 2 FBO at Carson, and also we're an FBO at Minden Tahoe as well, so we have 2 locations. We do general aviation maintenance, flight training, we do aircraft rental, we do all of everything but fuel.
Everything but fuel?
Yeah, we don't sell fuel yet.
Okay. We also have the opportunity to consider your application in the citizen at large arena. Are you willing to be considered in the citizen at large category? Or do you only want to be considered for the fixed space?
I'm not familiar with what the citizen at large would represent exactly.
It's one vote. It's an equal vote on the airport authority. It just represents the citizens at large.
I think I'd only like to apply for the FBO.
Okay, then we will do that, and we will start the interview then for Mr. Stewart. Mr. Updegrove, is he here? He is here, and he has already confirmed that he's going to go for the citizen at large. We've done that confirmation. Just want to keep the board apprised with what we're up to. Okay, so we're going to start with Mr. Stewart. Consideration for the fixed base operator position. So talk to me about what you think at the airport is the number one thing you could do in the next 1 year and 5 years to improve the airport.
Well, I mean, the airport needs to become, I mean, it is somewhat already, but there's a lot of unrealized potential to become an economic driver for Carson City as a whole. And in my observations, moving a business to that location and also being a resident of Carson City, I think that the airport could use some fresh outside perspective to attract, more operations at the airport so we get more funding from the FAA. Keeping general aviation alive in a healthy mix with, jet traffic. I know general aviation is a broad term, but we'll just kind of categorize it as private jet versus small aircraft. So I think, I've seen airports all over the country that we, have done business at and been at that thrive when you put a restaurant there, when you get more hangar space there. So I think we need to loosen it up and get attract more businesses in there, developers, and more economic opportunity at the airport to make it a healthier kind of location for people in aviation. And I think it's been stagnant for a little while.
And how long have you been on the airport?
I've been down here for about 6 years. So
Thank you. Okay, Mr. White, do you have a question for Mr. Stewart?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for applying for this position. Two-part question. Can you give us a brief history of the Carson City Airport and how that history folds into the future and what you will do to make sure that Carson City's future is successful?
What I'll do is to continue to do, as far as it relates to the board, my understanding is the position is to be a voice representing FBO owners there to give a vote to, when proposals come to the board to consider them without, my business or anything, interfering with that judgment. Basically, is this healthy for the area? Is it healthy for the airport economically? Is it healthy for the operations and safety of the airport? So what I would do on the board is, using my experience in aviation and as a business owner. And my additional background is I own a marketing company in San Francisco and Salt Lake City. So my original and my education comes from, marketing, and that's why I start businesses, and they do pretty well because we are good at selling things. So that's what I would do on the board. As far as giving you a history of the Carson City Airport, I can't. I know a little bit about it, but it's pilot talk and hangar talk. I haven't studied the history of Carson City Airport specifically to answer that. And what I'll do on the board is vote according to what I think is going to drive the economic value of the airport to the community that I live in.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jones?
Good morning. My question is, what is your future plans for your business at the airport?
So the main thing that my business is going to do, our mission is to bring down the cost barrier for pilots. So we form ourselves in a fleet management entity. So we buy and operate aircraft, and we let people pay a subscription to come into those aircraft. So they don't have the cost of ownership, but it's shared throughout the membership. So it is a flying club of sorts. And what we want to do is continue to fight the ever-rising cost of access to aircraft for people who are interested in training and safety information and access to those things. So we will eventually get into fuel, and we'll find ways to drive down the costs of fuel, continually buy aircraft, and find ways through, bringing a community together to drive down the cost of insurance, to drive down the cost of flying. And that's what we do and we will do in the future.
Thank you. Ms.
Lisa,
Schutte?
I have
Oh,
one
did you have
question.
another question? I'm sorry. Mr. Jones?
Under education, you have NFA and AFI. We suspect you might be a secret.
A secret. Yeah.
What does that stand for?
So I started out in film and television. So the American Film Institute, New York Film Academy are my background. That, of course, proved to be not the most lucrative direction and stable direction. So although I have a passion for photography, I ended up being able to support myself and help provide value to my customers through marketing. And so I built a marketing company again in Salt Lake. We expanded to San Francisco, but I am originally from the area, grew up in Dayton, moved away for 20 years. And when I was able to kind of just decide where I wanted to live, no matter where that would be, I wanted to come home here. So I moved to Incline Village, and I got tired of some of the aspects of 8 feet of snow, and people with poodles cutting me off in the Starbucks line. So I moved down to Carson here and bought a home, and me and my wife are down here
Thank you.
and running this stuff from here. So
Thank you. Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. Thank you so much for applying. You spoke a little bit to the question I was going to ask, but I'd like to see if there's anything else you'd like to add. And it was, what kind of economic opportunities do you feel is important to our airport?
So the airport, what I've observed at airports is when you can integrate the public into the airport environment instead of isolating the public from the airport environment, then the airport becomes something that people complain less about, and it opens up educational opportunities, and you find that there's a lot more support for having an airport in your community than just pilots. We all know how pilots can be, so that's a good thing. So things like having a restaurant on the field sounds still silly and simple, but you know what? It's amazing what that will do for the kind of feel at the airport, access to the airport. More eyes at the airport actually makes it a more secure place for people who have aircraft and equipment there. And, it opens up opportunities for people to get involved with educational events that are at the airport, because when you bring food to anything, people show up magically. It's weird how that happens. So then there's other programs like Young Eagles. The EAA is a big supporter of the Young Eagles program. My company, we dip into the high school in Douglas County, and we bring internships up. We're working with Western Nevada College to start a 147 school there at Carson. So my personal interests and goals, notwithstanding, judgment on the board, is to basically integrate more and more of the community into the airport, open it up, let people have access there. Not, walk in and walk out access, obviously, it's an airport, but by holding safety events that are open to the public, by joining the FAA FAST team with these seminars, putting them online. We have that technology now. We did a group class with the FAST team and the safety team at the Reno FISDO at Minden. We had 500 attendees because we opened up a Zoom link, and we have the ability to publish out to quite a few people through our online presence through my company. So we had 40 people in the room from the community. We invited high school teachers, students, and groups to come in like that and then open it up online. We went from, typically 13 to 15 people who might attend that to over 500. And it was a fantastic safety seminar for everyone. And it actually brings people, the community into that airport and makes everyone excited.
Wow, thank you.
Did I answer your question?
You
or did I-
sure did, and that actually, you answered the next question I had, and it was what makes an airport compatible with the community?
Yeah.
So you spoke to that as well, so thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi?
Thank you. The perils of going last are that a couple of you took my first and alternate question. So I guess I'll ask you this, Brian. I've been a resident a long time here in Carson. There seems like at times the board, the airport users and the occupants, let's just say, have trouble getting along. I'm interested to know how you as a board member can kind of help stop that from happening or reduce it at least.
First, let me say I've observed personally what you're speaking about, and I will do my best to help, bring the people together and fight that. But I, in full transparency, both in Douglas County at the Minnetonka Airport and here, I have, not always been successful at curtailing that. But I am aware of it. I agree with you, at least what I think is implicit in what you're saying, that can lead to a non-productive kind of board, and I'll do my best part to make sure that doesn't happen.
Is that it?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So let's see, that's all for the fixed space operator. Mr. Golden is not required to go as he would be considered a reappointment. So he had other business today that took him out of state, not on an airplane. So he could not be here. It's up to the board here if we want to start with the manufacturer and fixed base appointments, and then we can move on to the citizen at large, or do you want to interview all the citizens at large? What's your pleasure? Okay, you want to start with the manufacturer position? We only had Mr. Rogers that qualified for that position, so I'll accept a motion.
I move to appoint John Rogers to fill the manufacturer's position on the Airport Authority.
Second.
And that term is through October 2025.
Through
Oh, that's okay.
October
I just want to
2025.
clarify. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed,
Aye.
say no. Motion carried unanimously. Welcome back, John. Keep working. Okay, now we'll move on to the fixed base operator. We have Mr. Golden, who is the existing applicant that fills that position, and then we just interviewed Mr. Stewart. Do you have a pleasure?
I move to appoint, actually, Brian Stewart to the fixed-based operator position for a term ending October 2025. And I want to say that both candidates are amazing, and I do understand Michael is doing really great work, and so I would also be comfortable if he was reappointed. But Mr. Stewart, I am so impressed with what you spoke to regarding community and regarding making an airport something that really is part of a community, inviting students and inviting the public in. And so that perspective I was just like, yeah, wow, that's amazing. So regardless, please know that, thank you so much. Students and kiddos and community and people who don't typically align themselves with a community airport, what a great way to invite them in. So thank you.
Is there a?
I'll second that.
There's a second by Supervisor Giomi. On the motion to appoint Brian Stewart to the fixed-based operator position for a term ending October 2025. All those in favor say aye,
Aye.
and all those opposed say no.
No.
No. So the motion failed. That leaves us, I do want to say something because I feel very conflicted in this particular position. The airport right now is poised to bring in some real dollars from the FAA. And I think that Mr. Golden's experience and his contacts that he is developing, I've had the pleasure of working with him to really try to bring in dollars to the airport. I just think we're at a mission critical point over this 6 months that I just think, not that you couldn't come up to speed, because I think you're quite bright and probably really could be a asset. I just hate to lose the ground that we've made dealing with the FAA and looking at some of these federal awards that are coming. And so I want to say how much I agree with Supervisor Schutte that I think you would bring something positive to the airport board. I wish this was 6 months later. Kind of, I don't know if you heard our bond discussion a little earlier. We're just kind of right there in the crux of getting decisions. And so for that reason, I really need to support Mr. Golden at this time. But I agree with Supervisor Giomi and Supervisor Schutte that you're a fine candidate. And some of the other issues at the airport that we've seen, although I think it has improved greatly over this. And I appreciate Mr. Jones indicating that somehow the airport board has seemed to come back together and move in a direction. So just for that reason, I just wanted you to know how much I appreciate you. So I'll take a motion then to appoint Mr. Golden. Is that you, Mr. Jones? A motion by Supervisor Jones to appoint Michael Golden to the fixed-based operator position for the term ending October 2025, with the second by Supervisor White. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Let the record reflect the motion was unanimous. And again, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm behind in Granicus here. Could I get the motion? Who moved and who seconded again?
Motion by Supervisor Jones with the second by Supervisor White, and the motion was unanimous. Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you.
Thanks.
Really, really, don't give up on us. Come back and please go to the board meetings and actually contribute, because I think you have a lot of positive thoughts there that could really help the airport authority.
Thank you.
Please do that.
Thank you.
Thanks. We're very fortunate when we have more than one qualified candidate. Lots of these boards we don't, so I feel very fortunate here. Okay, we're now going to move on to the appointment for the citizen at large. Is Mr. Updegrove here? You might have thought that took too long. Did he leave? Oh, withdrawn? Okay, perfect. Mr. Norvell, how are you this morning?
Madam Mayor, how are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. I know you've been through this before because I can see from your resume that you've served on the board a couple of times.
I
So-
have. Yeah.
Okay.
Do we do masks or?
It's up to you. So it's a difficult, you're 6 feet away from others. So we're going to just ask a series of questions. And I'm going to start and ask you what you see as goals that you would like to work on for the airport over the next year, and then where you see it in the next 5 years.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to share my views.
Mr. Norvell, can you turn your microphone on?
Just push it once, it'll be green.
Is
There
it
you
on?
go. You
There
got
we
it.
go. Okay. Appreciate the opportunity to share my views. Having served on the airport authority before, I've formed some definite opinions about what the airport should be doing and perhaps what it should not. And I think since the airport occupies roughly about 531 acres here in Carson City, the number one thing that it should do is strive to be a good neighbor and to be in sync with the goals of the community and strive to be an effective economic engine and do so in a way that does not present large negatives. And I think that no airport can exist in a vacuum, that public, goodwill of the public is absolutely necessary for an airport to be a success. And I think that's my prime directive. Having said that, I think pursuing development at the airport that is friendly to the community and augments our tax base and helps to move the airport into the future is an important thing to pursue. I think in doing that, the airport needs to be very transparent. When we consider such development, we need to invite the community in on probably more than one occasion to learn about what we're doing and to provide comment, and then take time to consider that so that we are responsive to the public need and the desires of particularly the people that live around the airport. There's always issues of noise, for example, safety, and other things that should be considered. So I think economic development at all costs is not the way to go, but economic development in a way that ensures the future of the airport and is compatible with the desires and goals of the community is what we should pursue. One of the reasons that I'm interested in serving is that the airport is currently poised for a significant expansion in development. And if that goes, continues to fruition, then there will be a substantial increase in tax revenue. And since I think right now about 6.25 cents purchases $1 of federal funds through the airport improvement program. When those funds become available, the more income we are able to generate in a good way, the more federal funding we have the opportunity to apply for to grow and expand the airport in a way that's compatible with the community. I served a career in the military as an aviator in the Army, attended the University of Nevada and went through ROTC there. Moved with my family to Carson City in 1959, so I've been around the community, for a long time, and served 2 other tours on the Airport Authority, 2001 to 2005, 2009 to 2013. The other thing that I believe is that members of the board should be careful how they interact with the community and particularly with the airport community. It's my belief that the airport authority or a board member on the airport authority can only act in an official capacity when they're in an open, noticed public meeting and there's a quorum present. I think the day-to-day details of the airport should be left to the airport manager, and the airport manager should keep the chairman of the airport authority informed. Items of concern or of necessity should be agendized and dealt with in a public forum. So that is the position that I would pursue if I were appointed. I think it's really important that the airport authority speaks with one voice rather than to have, perhaps a member of the airport authority trying to speak for the board and for the airport manager at the same time. Title 19 of the Carson City Municipal Code gives that authority to the airport manager, and I think that the board should allow him to exercise that. I think that might, solve a number of issues. I very much believe in getting along, trying to have a cohesive working group to resolve conflict early on before it becomes toxic, and to deal with the public in a fair and in an open manner. Again, I don't think individual members of the board should be counseling the public on what they perhaps can do or cannot do at the airport. I think that should go through the airport manager, and then that would allow the board to speak with a unified voice. And I think we could do better if we pursued that course. A couple of things that I am interested in with respect to the development that is posed to occur at the airport. As a board member, I'd be looking at personal property taxes and fuel flowage fees, as a big part of our revenue stream. And the city perhaps at real property taxes. I don't recall the exact breakdown, of how that works, but for example, I think the personal property tax rate in Carson City is something like 0.61%. Is that pretty close? I think it is.
Against the whole.
Yeah, yes. I think it is. So against the undepreciated value. So the current development that I've seen at the airport proposes 27 executive hangars. And that was on the through the fence arrangement that we have spoken of previously. I think they're now interested in doing a development on the air side of a similar size. So there would be two, and then developing the center triangle as well. So it's a considerable development that would appeal to aircraft users across the spectrum, whether they're small single-engine airplanes or corporate aircraft. Corporate aircraft are generally very quiet these days and are operated by professional crews, would leave the airport, for example, in the morning and not return for several days. So there's one out and one in. Very low, noise signature. A larger business jet could be worth anywhere from 15 to 20 million up to 75 million. But if we had 5 airplanes worth $30 million with a low footprint at the airport, we'd be looking at somewhere around $1 million a year in personal property tax revenue. That can then be used to purchase federal money, or at least to compete for it, to have the money to compete for it, to pursue capital improvement projects at the airport. An average business jet would hold anywhere from 800 gallons to close to 5,000 gallons of fuel. Fuel flowage fees at the airport are 5 cents a gallon. And again, that adds to the revenue stream at the airport and our ability to continue to be self-sustaining. rather than asking the city to fund projects of the airport out of your budget. So I think it's important to continue to pursue that path, and I would do so if appointed.
Great. I can tell he has a lot of knowledge about the airport. Okay, Supervisor White may still ask you. Go ahead.
Thank you for applying and being here today. It seems to me that the answer you just went through thoroughly satisfies my inquiry, and asking my question would be redundant, so I really don't have a question.
Oh, well, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Jones.
Good morning, Harlow.
Hi, Stan.
I've had the pleasure of knowing Harlow for longer than I care to admit.
Too long.
Yeah. You gave an excellent report, Harlow.
Thank you.
It's very conclusive. You said there were things that you wouldn't do at the airport. What would that be?
Say again?
You mentioned that you said there are things you would do at the airport, and there are things that you wouldn't do. What it was that you wouldn't do?
Well, one of the things that I would be very careful of is I'm always very concerned. I was before. I spent 6 years as chairman during my last 2 times, and I was always very concerned about the open meeting law. And it's very easy to create a public perception of backroom dealing if things are not done in the sunlight. So I am opposed to unofficial meetings of board members to establish an agenda. I think that provides an improper public perception. We have an agenda item dedicated each meeting for board members to bring up proposals of initiatives that we wish to pursue on the airport, and I think that should be done in that forum. As I said previously, I believe that, for example, if somebody wants to apply to do business on the airport as a fixed base operator, Title 19 is very specific in terms of the things that they need to provide in order to accomplish that. I don't believe that board members should be commenting to the public on whether or not they might obtain an approval or not. I think that needs to go through the airport manager. The airport manager needs to go through the checklist along with our council to make sure that the application is properly formatted. And then and only then should the airport manager agendize the item for discussion and possible action. So I think that that is critically important. And I would defer to the airport manager in all such matters. If the public, for example, were to come to me and say, what do you think my chances of being approved would be? And I would say, well, address that to the airport manager. Allow the airport manager to talk to you about what is required. And then let's get it agendized once you meet all the requirements, and we'll see. So I think I would be very careful about doing that. I believe very much in I don't like to try to throw darts at everything or to see if I can poke holes in everybody's idea or proposal. I'm very much in favor of trying to work together to come up with a common solution that addresses everybody's concerns, especially the public. I emphasize that. I would never want to create the impression that we were dealing in a way where the public felt that they were not informed. I would rather do the opposite to a fault, so that if people wish to address those concerns, they could do so, and through the airport manager's office, we could address those, or they could be agendized, you know, for an open noticed public meeting where we could address those concerns. I don't think that the airport authority should be in the business of picking winners and losers. I think everybody deserves a chance. If someone is willing to invest their capital in the airport and they meet all of the requirements, then all things being equal, they should be given a chance. One thing that I think we have to be real careful of on the airport, or on the airport authority, and this goes back to the enabling legislation, which I think dates back to 1989, the old NRS 844, where members from the airport community are appointed by the Board of Supervisors to sit on the airport authority. And that's good and it's bad, because if I have a business on the airport, my first inclination is to protect that business. However, I would suggest that if I use my position on the airport authority to protect my economic interest on the airport, then I am no longer acting in the public interest. And so I think we need to be very careful about doing that. Everybody deserves a chance. You know, we believe in competition, and I don't think that individual board members should try to control that one way or the other. And that's why I say it's better to just say contact the airport manager. The airport manager, you know, can talk to individual board members about issues on the airport, and he should be talking to the chairman, so that the chairman understands, you know, what is happening, what is going on, because by law, if the airport manager is absent, then the chairman is responsible for those duties under Title 19. So open, transparent, let the airport manager deal with it until we're in an open noticed public meeting, and then we can have public comment, we can have comment from the board, the public gets to hear it, and we can make our decision. Anything else, Dan? Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you so much for applying, and you really have kind of answered, but if you could just highlight what you believe makes an airport compatible with a community.
Well, I think there's always an inherent incompatibility because airplanes generate noise. Airplanes generate concerns with respect to safety. And I think that will always be. And as, you know, oftentimes airports are built outside of town so that they are away from the community. But over time, and as people move into the, you know, areas around the airport, homes are built, schools and businesses, then that conflict can become more pronounced. I think it is always up to the community to determine whether they want to have an airport. That's why there is a significant responsibility on the part of the airport authority to ensure that we do everything that we can to mitigate the negatives. Because if we ever lose the goodwill of the public, then the airport cannot exist. The airport has to have the goodwill of the community that it serves. And if it doesn't have that, then, like I say, there's no way to exist. You can see examples in Southern California. Santa Monica is a prime example of that. One of the issues is that I think the Carson City Airport has probably received somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million in federal funding. That's money that the federal government has invested in the airport at the current rate, 93.75% on the dollar. And they're going to want that money back in most cases. I think the airport is a good economic engine for the community if it's run properly. That's why I'm so interested in this development that is being proposed out there now. 60 to $70 million worth of hangars built properly that are aesthetically pleasing to the community and in sync with the surrounding industrial areas around the airport. Airplanes that are operated safely, that have a low footprint in terms of the number of operations, can provide a significant, positive economic impact while keeping the negatives low. I have always felt that at the Carson City Airport, we should never have scheduled service for that reason. That would put us in direct conflict with the Reno Tahoe Airport and would cause us to have an adversarial relationship with Washoe County, which we don't need. Let them have the commercial operations. We do everything else. We're a good general aviation reliever airport. Our fuel is priced much more competitively than they're able to do in Reno in most instances. There are some fuel programs that offer competitive fuel prices, but generally, general aviation is a challenge for commercial airports like Reno in order to accommodate, who cater primarily, to the airlines and the traveling public. Carson City, on the other hand, does just the opposite. We provide a venue for all other types of aviation activities. But I say again, most importantly is the engenderment of community goodwill. If we can't achieve that, then we have missed the mark entirely. And so again, I think it's important that we listen to what the community has to say. If we're going to propose to do something at the airport, we need to be very transparent about it, have plenty of public input. And if the sentiment is decidedly against it, I think we need to reconsider our course of action. To go against the will of the community only increases conflict, and someday is going to lead to, the airport not being viable any longer. So I think going forward, plenty of community input, board members acting within the confines of their individual responsibility and not speaking for the airport authority unless they're in an open notice public meeting, or the airport or the chairman is acting on behalf of the airport manager. Let the airport manager deal with it. Treat everybody fairly, give everybody a chance. Don't try to pick winners and losers based upon our own individual prejudices or our economic interests on the airport. I don't know if that answers it, but okay, thank you.
Supervisor Giomi.
Thank you, and Mr. Hurlow, thank you again for your time. I think, like Supervisor White, you covered my question well enough for me to judge how I feel about your interest here. So I don't have a question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Norvell, for applying for the position. You're welcome to sit and listen to our final candidate, Mr. Meyer, and then we'll be making a decision.
Okay, can I remain in here, or do I need to?
No, you may remain in here.
Okay, good, thank you.
Mhm. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
Great. Mr. Meyer, have you been through a board appointment process before?
No, I have not.
Okay, what's going to happen is each of us will ask you a series of questions. You are the last candidate that we're going to interview, so then after that, we will take a motion to appoint the citizen-at-large position for the airport.
Okay.
So you're welcome to stay because we'll be on the final answer. And so I'm going to start. Why don't you tell me what you think you would like to work on at the airport in the 1-year horizon and the 5-year horizon?
1 year and 5 year. Well, I think that over the I think over the 1 year horizon, we're looking at a lot of grants. I know that there's a lot of grant funding that takes place for the airport. In my capacity as a community relations manager with Citibank for many years, I took grants in and read grants, and so I can write grants. I also helped a number of nonprofits write grants. I was on the board of HIP Housing and Housing Leadership Council in San Mateo County and supported them in writing grants. So I think I can possibly help out with some of the grant writing that's being done, and maybe some also grant response. That's the thing, when you've received the grant money and you've spent it, you've got to respond back to the grantor, explaining how the funds were used and what benefit the organization received from those things. So that's something I can help out with right in the short term immediately. In the long term, I'm looking at, I know that we need to develop, there's issues with the night approach and the AWOS, the automatic weather observation system we're looking to install. So I think that's fantastic. I think that's something that would benefit us and also benefit the other airports in the area, that we can take on additional traffic from other airports, which would certainly give us another revenue stream. I think that's also something we're looking at as more revenue for this airport in relation to, I know we have hangar areas that are parcels that are up for sale. So, getting those sold and getting those built and populated is going to be very important for us in the future here over the next 5 years, I think. So that's really where some of my focus would be on getting that filled.
Great, thank you. Supervisor White?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and being interested in helping our airport.
Thank you.
Can you give us a two-part question? Can you give us a brief history of the Carson City Airport, how that history folds into the airport's future, and what will you do to make the airport's future successful?
Well, I know just a little bit really about the Carson Airport. I know that started with, I think it was 55 acres. It was a very small airport, just really an airstrip originally. And it's grown dramatically, over 500 acres now. And so which requires certainly much closer management of the processes of the airport itself, of the sales, the fueling, maintenance, hangars, all that sort of thing. So I know that we need to maintain. As far as the history of the airport, I know it's just been growing over the years, and it's been consistently grown from, I think it was started in the 1920s, 30s, somewhere back then, and it has grown quite a bit since then. So I really couldn't give you a great history of this airport. Now, in relation to the second part of the question, was to how we're going to move forward with that history. Well, I think that the airport itself, being where it is, has got a great opportunity in this area to, as I had mentioned earlier, to take on traffic from other airports, to build our revenue streams here. I think that's probably what's going to be our future here, is building this airport and creating Carson City as a destination, a place where people can come and go to Reno, go to Tahoe, do all the things and, enjoy the great Northern Nevada outdoors that we have here. So it's, I think it's a great location. I think it's for people who don't necessarily want to deal with the giant airports, such as Reno. They can fly into Carson City. It's a little bit easier. If we had, I'd like to see us move into maybe some small commercial, further into that. So that's kind of what my thought is on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Jones?
Good morning. You mentioned earlier that you would like to see increased revenue for the airport. Would you expand on that? How you visualize we would improve and increase our revenue?
Great. Well, I'm no expert on airport revenue, certainly. That's something I'd like to learn about while I'm here. But that's, as far as the revenue goes, I know that we have parcels to sell, and that's one line of revenue that we can lease these parcels out. They can build hangars on those things, and if there's one thing that airplanes need is storage. You can't leave airplanes out overnight, and especially here, we've got some weather in the wintertime that is detrimental to aircraft, so having those hangars out there is going to be an important aspect of our revenue, really. And getting those things built up out there, getting more maintenance, let's say aircraft maintenance companies here that can serve small jets, things like that, I think that would be beneficial for our airport here. Bringing in business is really where it's going to be for us, I think, is developing those parcels and getting businesses on those parcels that are contributing to our airport.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schutte?
Hello, Mr. Meyer. Thank you for applying, and also thank you for your work with affordable housing. That's awesome.
Thank you.
My question for you, please highlight what you believe makes an airport compatible with a community.
That's a good question. I lived near San Francisco International Airport for almost my entire life until I moved to Nevada. And dealing with that, there was a lot of issues around that airport with noise. They had traffic issues around that airport. They had a lot of the smog issues as well. So, but I know that our airport doesn't necessarily have a lot of those issues here. Maybe noise is part of that, but I can see that we need to connect with our community as well and make sure that the community understands, what the airport does for them and what the airport does for the community at large. How it brings in income, how it brings in revenue to the county itself here, to Carson City. How it also benefits our local government in relation to the state government. Being able to fly in our representatives directly into the town here makes a big difference for them. Certainly beats having to drive 30 miles from Reno coming down here for their meetings and things. So they can fly directly into our airport. And we have a good facility with easy access. I think that's important for our community. I think it's also important, though, is that, one thing I noticed when I went through the minutes, that the community doesn't really come out and, there's only been a couple of times that I've seen in the minutes where your community has come out and commented, really. And I'd like to see more community comment, get more community involvement in the airport here.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi?
All right, thank you, Mr. Meyer. There seems at times in the past, and Supervisor White asked you a little bit about the history of the airport, and in that history, there seems at times to be trouble between the airport board and some of the users and occupants in sort of getting along. So I guess my question for you would be, as a board member, how do you see your role, or how do you see your ability to sort of create harmony out there among the users?
Got it. Yeah, I understand the question. Yeah. Building harmony is challenging, but it's building consensus is really working with people. And working with large groups is challenging, but if you break them down into smaller groups and you can get people to agree on certain issues, you can bring people together. A little bit of peer pressure might help as well, certainly. But I think it's important that we do have these conflicts with the community, that we work through them, that we sit down, we talk about what the problem is, what the issue actually is, and really drill down to find what the final issue is. Because a lot of times what people are talking about, what their problems are, with traffic or something like that, well, it might be something specific to a specific intersection around our airport it's a problem. It's maybe not timed correctly. So there's a lot of different things that you can look at that we can work with people in, but I do think that working with small groups and bringing and then bringing the groups together after we've dealt with each smaller group and building consensus is going to be important in relation to the future of this airport. And keeping the community advised to what's going on here as well. So reporting to the newspaper, et cetera. Because I didn't even know there was an airport authority until I read about it in the announcements in the newspaper. So I thought, hey, it's really interesting. That'd be great. But I don't know what the airport authority does. That's where I did look back at the minutes and things like that to see what's going on here. So I realized that there's a lot of there have been issues in the past. But I think that there's nothing that's insurmountable for us to work with our community and to help them along to bring them along and show them what this airport can do for the community and how it benefits the community as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board now. Certainly some fine candidates. I think, again, Carson City's pretty darn lucky to have citizens that want to serve and give of their time. And
Thank you.
we're at our difficult time now between Mr. Norvell and Mr. Meyer. Mr. Jones, did you want to take a stab at a motion?
Well, first of all, I appreciate both of you applying. Mr. Meyer, you have some great attributes, but they're really not in the airport vein that we're looking for right now. But I would encourage you to look at other boards and committees within our community, because I think you do very well on some of them. I've known Harlow, as I said, for years, and he's very knowledgeable, just very common sense, very practical, and I nominate him to fill the citizen at large.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to appoint Mr. Norvell to the citizen at large position with the term ending October 2025. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimous. I too want to echo Mr. Meyer. I think that you have a lot of attributes that we could utilize on some of our boards and commissions. So we have a tendency up here, we remember people that we've interviewed, and we don't forget good candidates, and we look to send you maybe some other opportunities that you could provide service to your community. So again, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to recess as the Board of Supervisors. We'll come back as the Redevelopment Authority, but we're going to recess for, about 5 minutes. Okay? So we'll be back about 5 minutes after. guy, get to work starting Monday. So, yeah, you were appointed today and you have to go to work on Monday. So we're just doing the oath of office and then we'll come right back to order. It's always good to have full boards being able to make decisions. Okay, with that, give Ms. Warren just a moment because it's time for a roll call again. Okay, I'm going to call to Order Development Authority. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Warren?
Yes. Chair Bagwell,
Here.
Vice Chair Giomi.
Here.
Thank you. Member Jones,
Present.
Member Schutte.
Here.
Member White.
Here.
A quorum's present.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to Agenda Item 21. Is there any public comment for the Redevelopment Authority? Is there any on the phone for the Redevelopment Authority?
There are no callers on the line at this time.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to Agenda Item number 22, which is approval of our minutes of June 17th, 2021. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Motion by Supervisor Jones to approve the minutes of June 17th, 2021. Second by Supervisor Schutte. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on to Agenda Item 23A, which is the possible action on a recommendation for expenditure of $435,000 from the redevelopment fund of undesignated projects. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mayor. Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director. In May 2021, the Redevelopment Authority recommended and the Board of Supervisors authorized $200,000 for sidewalk and ADA improvements in the redevelopment areas. At that time, the authority encouraged the Public Works Department to identify additional opportunities for sidewalk improvements within these areas. Today, the Public Works Department is prepared to present additional opportunities and is seeking to supplement the sidewalk and ADA improvement line item by $435,000. The funds would be transferred from the undesignated projects line item, which has a balance of $990,982. You do have an item right after this one as well, which is also looking at soliciting funds from the undesignated projects line item. And should both of those projects be funded, this one and in our next item, the balance in the undesignated project line item would be $290,982. So there would be a little money left there should another unanticipated project come forward that the authority was interested in funding. Randy Rice will go ahead, he's our city engineer, will present the details of this project. And I'll just remind the authority that you will be making a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors relative to this requested expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rice?
Well, thank you very much for your time today. Randall Rice, City Engineer for the record. As Hope described, I'm going to briefly present Public Works' proposal to utilize some of these redevelopment funds. On May 20th of this year, the Redevelopment Authority authorized $200,000 for the benefit of sidewalk and ADA improvements for fiscal year 22, primarily with an emphasis on District 2. Staff has worked diligently to identify what those needs might be in both districts and a methodology to prioritize those projects for funding. Based on the city's latest ADA transition plan, we have more needs for funding than ever. If you'll recall from that document, it's going to take us about 151 years with our current spending. So we have quite the ways to go.
Just a little ways.
Just a little bit. And staff's goal is to balance funding those priorities between the two development areas. In District 2, we currently are in design on the Colorado Street pavement project, which is the design is nearing completion. The project currently requires an additional $330,000 to complete the major needs on Colorado Street. This is an important project to help us complete the connection between this part of town and the newly upgraded South Carson Street. If the shortfall remains unfunded, the project scope will need to be reduced or we'll have to find another way to fund it. And we may lose the ability to address some of those critical needs in the area. Staff is currently recommending that the previously allocated money be used to partially fund this and are now requesting an additional $130,000 to augment that to fully fund those project needs. Additional RAC funding will ensure that the planned improvements will be constructed not only in the redevelopment area too, but also amongst the rest of the corridor. So the project includes construction of missing sidewalk and other ADA upgrades between California Street and Roop Street within redevelopment area 2, as well as California Street to the north, as shown in the figure here. There are additional areas of missing sidewalk and other ADA upgrades that will be constructed along the remainder portion of the project between Roop and Salomon. And those will be funded by both federal and local funding sources. So the need for additional funding here is a result of a few factors. Number one, the additional sidewalk replacement due to the condition of the sidewalks. We found additional roadway, sidewalk, and driveway reconstruction needs during the design of the project to make sure we meet ADA compliance. And then also the increase of construction bid item costs have been a constantly challenging task for us to chase our tails on for a little bit. So Colorado Street was identified by staff and the RTC as an important project for the following reasons. The area includes a range of high and medium density residential uses, including individuals who are presumed to be primarily low and moderate income persons based on available census data. Constructing the new sidewalks and pedestrian ramps will provide pedestrian connectivity, commercial land uses on both South Carson Street and Fairview Drive. The project will improve pedestrian travel for children and families walking to and from Al Seeliger Elementary School, and the ADA improvements will allow for future rehab projects as the roadway is in pretty poor condition. California Street and Colorado Street both serve Jack bus routes. In District 1, staff is recommending allocating potentially up to an additional $200,000 or more at the pleasure of the Redevelopment Authority to facilitate future sidewalk and ADA improvements. Staff is looking at the Telegraph and Stewart area. These are pretty underserved areas that we can target to improve access to bus stops, grocery stores, parking needs, things like that. This could be done now with available undesignated funds, or we could budget for a future fiscal year, depending on what the pleasure of this authority is. And there's also an area that's come up a number of times, the northwest corner of Stewart and Musser. It's in very poor condition. It does not meet ADA. Even if you were to go out that site now, there is a newer ramp there, but unfortunately the cross slopes in that area do not meet ADA, so it's kind of out there by itself. We took a quick look at that, and staff is estimating roughly a need of about $105,000 to do that entire corner there because it is such a wide sidewalked area. So here's a picture of that area. Essentially, as I mentioned, the area is very deteriorated and doesn't meet ADA standards. Potentially of concern here is the length of sidewalk. We would potentially need to install some retaining curbs or other features that we wouldn't typically install on these projects. So that's why the cost is a little bit higher in this location.
Are you talking about just the corner, or are you talking about the sidewalk down to the end of the building?
It's correct. It's the end of the building. So essentially the corner where the sidewalk is acceptable and making those improvements around.
Thank you.
So currently the typical cost for an accessible pedestrian ramp ranges between $8,000 and $12,000 per ramp. Typical all-in cost for sidewalk right now is averaging around $20 per square foot, which means roughly a 5x5 panel costs around $500. So this equates, with that additional money, that would equate to about 2,000 linear feet of sidewalk in this area, or 20 accessible ramps, or a combination of the two on that project. So for this area, so we talked earlier about the Stewart area, we have over 50 ramps and over 10,000 feet of sidewalk. So as you might understand, the money's gonna go well in this area. It needs to be done, but we still have a long way to go. So the reason we picked this area is the project improves pedestrian safety by providing new sidewalk. It's going to increase ADA accessibility. It's going to reduce ADA barriers. It really focuses on an area that traditionally we have not focused in this area before, so we're excited about spending some money here. It provides safe and ADA compliant access for people walking between really a high number of parking lots in the area and the commercial downtown business area. The sidewalk also serves several Jack bus stops. It provides alternative modes of transportation for residents in the area and nearby grocery stores and other commercial areas. And it provides enhanced business access to individuals with disabilities who may not otherwise be able to access those businesses currently. So with that, I'll end that presentation and entertain any questions you might have on that.
Does any member have a question? No? No, I want to say I just really appreciate the work between RTC and Redevelopment Authority. Any chance that we have to combine funding resources to be able to do the projects to their to their best fruition is a good answer. So we've certainly, Ms. Schutte and I have seen a lot on the Colorado street improvements. So being able to add this in to really station the job once and get it done right, it's a good answer. And I'm really pleased to see that we're moving to Stewart Street to do some of the improvements that are necessary there. So good job, I think. Anybody else? Supervisor Jones?
Well, talking about the Colorado Street, you said you needed an additional 90 or 100,000 to complete. And did you say, Hope, that we had a balance of 290?
Should you approve this request and the request that will follow this about the arches, there would still be a balance of $290,982 in the undesignated project line item.
We want to consider.
This proposal is covering the addition that they requested for Colorado Street.
Okay.
But if something goes a little bit haywire when you get out there and you find another ramp or something that you really have to work on, they could always come back. But this will cover the 100,000 for the Colorado Street, or 130, right?
That's what proposed, yes.
Yeah, as proposed. So, great, thank you. Okay, I'll accept a motion. I'd like to make that. Supervisor Schutte?
I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the proposed expenditure as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Schutte and a second by Supervisor White. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Let the record reflect Supervisor Giomi also voted yes. Thank you. That was unanimous. We'll move on to item 23B, which is discussion and possible action on $265,000 from the redevelopment undesignated projects for the V&T engine house arches. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mayor Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director. In 1991, the V&T Railroad Engine House, also formerly known as the Roundhouse, until it was corrected, was dismantled. At that time, the city acquired the sandstone blocks from one of the arches. The Public Works Department formed a committee to work with a consultant to prepare a conceptual plan for the installation of the arch. You may recall that plan and the payment for the conceptual plan was paid with redevelopment monies. At its meeting of September 7th, 2021, RAC reviewed 3 concepts that the subcommittee put forward, including looking at the design concept, the site, and the cost. RAC recommended installation of the arch project at the Oxaby Loop with a side-by-side double arch consistent with the historic building and a budget of up to $265,000. Public Works is here today seeking to implement the conceptual plan and is seeking funding of $265,000 from the undesignated project line item. Again, the undesignated project line item currently has a balance of it will soon have less, but at the moment has a budget of $990,982. And with the funding of the sidewalk project that was just recommended to the board and the funding of this project, should it be funded, the balance for the undesignated line item will be $290,982. So there will still be some budget left for undesignated in the undesignated project should another project come forward. City Engineer Randy Rice will walk you through the recommendations of the committee and highlight what RAC recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rice?
Thank you. Let's go for round 2 here. Randall Rice, City Engineer for the record. In this presentation, again, as Hope described, I'm going to go through the V&T engine house arch design concepts and present our proposal for the use of those funds. So a brief history. In February of this year, the RAC approved a 5-year budget allocation for fiscal year 21 through 25, and the Redevelopment Authority accepted that budget allocation later that month. Included in that allocation was $20,000 to fund the site evaluation, conceptual design, and outreach efforts for the V&T roundhouse arch concept. We found that we were quickly corrected, thankfully, by some of our great citizens, that the remaining arches were from an engine house and not a roundhouse, so duly noted, right? In March, staff engaged with Design Workshop to begin developing the design and those concepts and worked with the stakeholders really in June during that time period. Staff summarized the progress of the project in September to the RAC, and that today we're here to summarize the results of that meeting, and we're looking forward to the next steps to deliver the project. So just a really brief recap of the three options. The first was the side-by-side concept. This one was shown at the Stewart Street location, which is near the DMV and the newly built roundabout on Stewart. The second option was the ruins option located at the Oxby Loop in Mills Park, which is just adjacent to the soccer fields. And you can kind of see those in the background there in the photo. And then the third option was the inline arch concept over at Washington Street, which is just outside here by the Aquatic Center. So at the September 7th RAC meeting, there were several motions approved. Generally, the group agreed that the Oxby Loop site at Mills Park was the preferred location. The double arch or the side-by-side concept was the desirable concept. So we're kind of mixing and matching two, but that's great. We can do that. Because those concepts were mixed together, we did ask for a slightly higher budget than was originally proposed to help make up for any additional design time or unknowns that would be found, during that process. And then they also asked for a few additional components. I believe there were some cow catchers located in the Parks Department that we wanted to see located over at the Washington site. So we added a few more dollars in there to make sure we could make that happen. So with that, the final approved amount was $265,000. And so just for reference, I thought this would be good for you all to see if you haven't seen it in a while. This is an image, the best representation that we could find showing the complexity of the original VNT rail system. The proposed location for the Oxby Loop option was directly on top of the historic rail alignment, which is shown kind of in that lower right-hand image. We were asked to look at an option moving to the north. It wasn't necessarily a motion to do it necessarily. So we're going to work with the architect and figure out, whether or not that's the best place to put it, because there are some trees there which may interfere with the viewing of it. So we'll work with some design concepts there to figure out what that final option really looks like. So pretty brief, but again, just happy to answer any questions that you might have about the project. Otherwise, we're looking forward to moving forward with it.
Does any member have a question? Supervisor White?
Yes, thank you. I hadn't thought about the trees. A number of those trees there in Mills Park are at the end of their life. Perhaps we should look at making sure those trees don't turn this new project into a ruins unexpectedly.
Yeah.
Several questions, actually. If we go to page 339, where those boxes have the X's in them, the first box says increases local revenues from desirable sources. However, I didn't see any conversation in here how that's going to occur. Could you give us a rundown on how that's going to happen?
Yeah, so I think the intent here was, this is going to be an attraction, and there was a lot of desire from the vice chair on the RAC for this to be potentially a wedding location or a location where photos could be taken, really a historic place for people to come and see. Maybe people traveling through Carson City would get off early because they're reading about the arch, so they might come and spend money otherwise not realized because they were just passing through Carson from one destination to another. So I think that was really the concept, was it was going to be a destination, something that Carson City was really proud of and excited about, and potentially, maybe a generating source. Another thing that came up in that conversation was they would desire to have private funding come into this project. And so maybe looking at some other businesses or commercial properties engaging here to a small extent, right? They made it clear that they didn't want $100 pavers or, open up the floodgates for everyone to participate in that funding, but maybe select businesses, certain financial tiers that could bring in funding to help fund the project or other art projects with that.
Thank you. Over to page 340. That very first box there where it talks about strengthen the local economy by attracting new and expanded private investments in the area. That area is primarily Mills Park. There's residential behind it, and the commercial stuff across the street is all but built out. There's 2 vacant lots over there. So again, no conversation as to how you believe that's going to take place. So where are we at with how this is going to attract new private investments to the area?
It's a great question. I think this project ties in very nicely to the William Street project that will be coming up in the near future. And so I think we're tying this concept together with those improvements on the William Street area. And again, the idea is to make that area more inviting. Right now, what we're hearing from a safety standpoint is we have a lot of school-aged children accessing the park from the residential areas, and it's a very big safety concern. So what we're trying to do is transform this area to be a little bit more inviting, to get people to come down and spend time at the aquatic center, at the park, to enjoy the food, the restaurants that are down in that corridor as well. So I think we're just really trying to coordinate those ideas together as one big idea and one big project.
I ask these questions because they're presented to us in a manner to help us make this decision as well. But and I would hate to drive this kind of a project into the ground with a consultant study that costs as much as the project itself. I don't want to get anywhere near that, but I think some expanded commentary here to help us understand the point of view, what really brought this forward would be great. Down to that next check mark where it says encourage and insist in providing people-oriented areas in the downtown for daytime. I don't think this area is actually within the official downtown corridor. Is that correct? Secondarily, through the budgeting process, and you can see how we moved the money around, this board did, we've made it pretty clear we're not interested in concentrating on and favoring the downtown area any longer. So I would suggest perhaps some thought be put into this particular page to eliminate that as one of the criterias, because this board has said we're not interested in that. If we could go to actually the page for concept one, that's what we're considering, correct? It says the stone to complete the remainder of the 1.5 arches would be required. For this concept, have you put any work into discovering where you're going to get those additional pieces of sandstone?
At this point, I would say the answer is no, but we feel very confident that that material is available. Certainly, we would try to get something that would match as close as possible to what's existing out there.
So I can tell you from my involvement with the Nevada State Prison, that quarry is finished for a couple of reasons. One, it's finished. Secondly, it's designated as historical, so I don't think SHPO would allow any extraction from there. To my knowledge, the only thing available within the Department of Corrections inventory is rubble. And it is just that. It is rubble. There's nothing there that I'm aware of.
It sounds like there may be some available at the landfill as well that we might be able to have access to.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones?
I just want to verify, I know Supervisor Giomi and Jed Block both were very supportive of this, with one caveat that we try to match put this where the original track came to. Have we done that?
Yeah, so
to the best of our knowledge.
If I can go back to this slide here, as I think as presented originally, the concept shown at Oxby Loop was essentially directly on top of that. There was discussion during the RAC meeting to move it further to the north to be more visible from William Street. I don't think that decision has been made, so I think we want to talk with our architect consultant and figure out whether that concept will truly work. And again, we talked about the trees in the area. We also are working with parks very closely to make sure that they have a master plan amendment going on with the park currently, so they're looking at the master plan there. They also have a ton of irrigation located at that site there, so there are a number of layers of complexion to this project, so we want to make sure we do it right. But personally, I think it sounds like what you're saying is you would like to see it on the historic alignment, and I think that's where a lot of people would like to see it. But that the ultimate location will really be defined by a number of factors that contribute and influence that final decision.
And just to be general, it's going to be east of the swimming pool on that loop, right?
Yes, it's generally east and north of the aquatic center.
Right.
Yep.
My point from the whole time, and I've been an advocate of this for a long time, I don't care where it is, as long as it's accessible for people to take photos and look at it and that sort of thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I can just expand on that, RAC did speak very specifically about the alignment with the rail. And the feeling of the RAC was the rails were everywhere. And they felt this was going to be an opportunity, sort of a destination, a photo op for people. And they wanted it at that location because they felt the setting was conducive to this photo op. And they also suggested it be moved farther north to the extent possible, so it could be visible from 50 or William Street, and you could just look, see it, and say, oh, what's that? And it would be something people would go explore. So I did want to share with you RAC's conversation on that point.
Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you for the presentation. First of all, I want to, Mr. White, I appreciate what you said about on page 340, and perhaps in updating the language, because it's wonderful for Carson City to promote all of Carson City. And during the meeting about this, the RAC meeting, one of the members really spoke to wanting this on Roop Street by the community center, so because of the vicinity of the library and how that is so important. And so I think you bring to light the importance of this wonderful part of the community, and the library really does so much for so many. And so while this isn't about the library, I think it's important to acknowledge that there are some great things in the vicinity of the community center of Oxaby Circle. There's the aquatics club, all of that. So kudos and yay. And then also just looking at the top section about strengthening local economy and attracting new and expanded private investment. While I realize that statement is about money and about monetary investment, I think it also, though, promotes private investment of time and enjoyment and just really caring about the community. And these are the very things that make Carson City a destination. And so I just want to point out that investment is so much more than money, and so I'm really thrilled about this project. And then in terms of being more visible from Stewart Street, and then after that conversation and that night, driving home, I thought, well, if we're moving it north a little bit to make it more visible to Stewart Street or to Highway 50 William Street, is it less visible now from Roop Street? So I don't think we can make a bad decision on the placement. I just so appreciated the conversation of how do we make this, really the best project possible.
Yeah, thank you for those clarifying points. And I agree with you. I think that was the discussion that I had heard from the authority, was that, north wasn't critical. It was just an idea, and they were ultimately reliant upon us to kind of make that decision, and our consultant would help guide that conclusion.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi, did you have any comments or questions? Since you can't raise your hand electronically.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what Supervisor Jones said. I think given that we're looking at these arches as historical documents, or historical relics, and talking about the history, that it's, I feel pretty strongly about the importance of having it on the historic route of the V&T. I appreciate the comments about it being visible from Williams. I think for the most part, given the way we do this, it will be visible at the very least from westbound traffic on Williams, regardless of whether we put it at the corner or on the historic route. So I just want to state my support for having it as close as possible, if not directly on the historic route of the VNT.
Yeah, I would concur with that. The objective is to have a kiosk or a sign that says here it once was, and I would prefer for it to be as accurate as that can be, because we have a lot of people in town that really do study these items, and I think it's important, and it's what we're trying to do. I also, on the worksheet on page 340, these are items that come directly from the redevelopment plan. So we really cannot take out the word downtown or something, but I would, because that's in the redevelopment plan, so we'd actually have to change that. But I indicate, because it's not downtown, and I agree, but approve the appearance of commercial areas through a street beautification program. All the artwork that was done on the freeways and all these types of things, to me, that checks that box, and therefore it makes it appropriate to be funded from the redevelopment authority and fits the thing without having to be linked to a downtown project. Because I agree, it's not downtown. So I have no issue funding this from redevelopment, but I'm just going to use it as a beautification program. And I'm so excited that it can have historical significance with that. Like you said, and people taking pictures, and I've often thought that's something Carson City needs more of. And I think of a love lock. What's one of its iconic things is a bunch of locks, right? But just something that people will be appreciative of their trip to Carson City and really put us on the social media map. So I'm super excited. And again, I want to say that we're adding this as a beautification project, and therefore it's eligible. So any further questions or comments? None? Okay, I'll accept a motion. It looks like Supervisor Jones has requested to make the motion.
I move to recommend the Board of Supervisors approval of the VNT Engine House ARC concept plan and on proposed expenditure as presented, and I'd like to add on the Ormsby route, the location.
To try to closely align it to the historical route. Okay.
I second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go to final public comment for the redevelopment authority. Is there anyone on the phone?
There are no callers on the line at this time.
Thank you. This is redevelopment. I'll have regular. Right. We're going to get back to that one too. Okay, with that, I will adjourn the redevelopment authority and we'll move on back reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. We'll go to item 27A, which is the technical portion necessary for our prior discussion. Does anyone have any other comments or have additional questions? Otherwise, I'll accept a motion on item 27A. Supervisor Jones.
I move to adopt resolution number 2021-R32.
Second.
Motion and a second for the adoption of resolution 2021-R-32. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on to item number 27B, which again, we had previous discussion on. Is there any further question? Seeing none, I will accept a motion on item 27B.
I move to adopt resolution number 2021-R-33.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the adoption of resolution number 2021-R-33. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we are now going to move to our closed, let me just double check that I didn't miss any other items since we moved around for the airport and everybody. Let me just double check here. Okay. We are now going to close the meeting to confer with our council, and then we will reopen as soon as we're done with that to take up item 14, item 28, and final public comment. So we are in recess to confer with council. Thank you. just let me know when you're up and running. I was doing my part. Like I said. We'll give Lisa just a moment. Get back, I think we have Stacy back. Yeah. Oh, yes, we do. Supervisors back to order. We're on agenda item 14A, which is discussion and possible action to authorize the city manager and district attorney to deal with some litigation issue. Mr. Woodbury, would you please take us through this item? Briefly. Sorry.
That was a hint.
I'm learning about these attorneys. They bill by the hour, you guys, so go ahead.
Yes, and I can be brief because the substance of the information we need the board to be aware of, it was conveyed in the confidential session we just had and previous confidential sessions where this potential litigation has been discussed. Under the open meeting law, formal action authorizing the city manager and myself to initiate that litigation is required. We are at the stage where we're prepared to initiate litigation led by our independent counsel there. So that's what we're asking for authorization to do.
Do I have any questions? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
I move to authorize the city manager and district attorney to initiate and prosecute litigation of the claims against Travelers Indemnity Company as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval to initiate the litigation against the Travelers Indemnity Company. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you so much. That was great timing. Good job. Okay, we're now going to move on to agenda item number 28, which is our non-action items. City manager, do you have anything to report?
I just wanted to announce that today is Janet Bussey's last day after being with the city for over 28 years in the city manager's office, I believe, that entire time. Wow. And she's just been a valuable asset to the city, and she will be greatly missed. And I just want to thank Janet for her incredible service to Carson City.
It has been pretty phenomenal. Anybody have any members of the board have anything they want to report on any of your committees or anything? Miss Schutte?
Well, I just wanted to, I had a wonderful tour at the senior center, and I know that other board members either have or will be touring the senior center, and you know, just the update on all the great work that takes place, and the fact that, you know, it's actually the nonprofit aspect of it. It's just a wonderful community asset. So that was wonderful. I wanted to give a shout out to Parks and Rec. They just they're doing great things as well. You know, they have kayaking trips. A friend of mine went on the Twin Lakes kayaking trip They have the interpretive walks. They have Bonanza on the 28th. And, this is such a wonderful community. And there's just a lot of great things going on. And speaking of which, Nevada Humane Society last Saturday had celebrated the 5-year anniversary of our new shelter. And I guess we can't say new anymore. But, so much work went into getting that shelter built. And again, community support, folks coming together with fundraising and with outreach and collectively moving a much needed project forward. And it's a project that wasn't just about housing homeless animals, which is a huge part of it, but also housing them safely and making it, the shelter, a place where people are willing to visit, wanting to visit, and that truly they feel good about, even if they're not in a position to adopt. There are those times when people can't keep a pet, and so a safe place to surrender that the animal will be cared for and given, just the best opportunity for a great adoption. The shelter also provides opportunities for the community as a whole to be safer and to drive without worrying about, and I say this all the time, but it's true, animals running at large. So there's so many great things that the shelter provides, and Nevada Humane Society is a wonderful partner, and I am just so incredibly grateful for that partnership and for the willingness of Carson City to be so progressive in terms of partnering with a nonprofit that truly offers a no-kill alternative to animal sheltering. We really are a leader in this country, and so I'm just our community rocks. So yay!
Okay, and I just want to give a shout out to Supervisor Giomi. Thanks so much for filling in for me last time. Great job. Just wanted to say thank you.
You're welcome. And I apologize for not being there today. It's the world we live in and the complications of travel and cancellations and problems in this day and age.
It's everything is a challenge. There you go. Anybody else have anything? There's nothing else. I will go to, is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers on the line at this time.
Then I have the lovely Joy. Would you like to come and give final public comment?
Yes, indeed.
Good afternoon, everyone. There is no scientific basis to continue to demand children in grade school, high school, or healthy adults to wear masks and be vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccines. The survival rates continue to be from ages 0 to 69 to be in the 99 percentile. And for ages 70 and up, the survival rate is 94.6. We have cures like hydroxychloroquine with zinc and ivermectin, if not banned. And also there's another cure, monoclonal antibody treatment, which is being used statewide in Florida. The CDC is talking now about variants, and variants are always less lethal as a virus seeks to survive, according to America's frontline doctors. Instead of pushing cures where people will live if given the proper treatment, our government is pushing the COVID-19 vaccines, which are experimental, unnecessary, and dangerous. Over 9,000 people have died after getting vaccinated, and many thousands more have experienced heart damage, blood clots, and neurological damage, including paralysis, by using the vaccines. The long-term effects of these vaccines are unknown, and this should concern all of us. Also, wearing masks do not protect you from COVID-19 or the variants. Wearing masks, according to the CDC in 2009 during the N1H1 virus, and I quote, "Wearing masks weakens the immune system, which leads to more viral and bacterial infections." But according to the American frontline doctors, a healthy immune system brought about by a good diet and added infusion of vitamin C and D and a multivitamin will increase the protection of all of us against the COVID-19 and the variants. The Nevada governor's mandates and laws passed by the Nevada Democrat-controlled legislature or Congress, if harmful and unconstitutional, must be ignored. Parents, if you disagree with your children wearing masks and getting the vaccine, you have the right to say no. I call on parents, grandparents, administrators, teachers, and the public to take a stand against the tyranny in our schools and government. Educate yourself, like I did, and go to America's frontline doctors and other sources. There is one source, a Dr. Beta M. Stadler, a former director of the Institute of Immunology at the University of Bern, Switzerland, who has commented on coronavirus and cures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joy. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Is there any further public comment? Mr. Jones? The 10th, for you to put in your calendar, November 10th. Mhm. Okay, if there's no objection, then we are adjourned. Thank you all again for a good meeting.